In the early 1700s, the American Southeast was the most contested land in North America. Spain built fortresses along the coast. France pushed inland via rivers and trade routes. And Britain established settlements that sparked conflict. All while indigenous nations resisted on lands they had inhabited for thousands of years. That past, buried, forgotten, but not entirely. In Tennessee, a full-scale replica of the Parthenon rises in the middle of Nashville. A monument not to ancient Greece, but to the city's old nickname, the Athens of the South. In Louisiana, Fort Pike still guards the edge of Lake Pontchartrain. Its crumbling walls once meant to defend a young republic. In North Carolina, Whitewater Falls pours over ancient rock. Unmarked by development and barely noticed, though it rises among the tallest in the east. Join us as we explore the forgotten corners of the American Southeast. Places that expose what's been hidden and challenge everything we thought we knew. Chimney Rock State Park is recognised for its towering stone column, Chimney Rock, which resembles a chimney and stands as the central feature of the area. The earliest documented public access to Chimney Rock dates back to the late 1800s, when the Freeman family constructed steps and a bridge, charging visitors a fee for horseback rides to the summit. Dr. Lucius B. Morse, seeking a better climate for his health, purchased the land in the early 1900s and, with his family, developed the site into a private park with expanded trails and amenities. The Morse family managed the park for over a century, introducing features like a long elevator shaft inside the mountain and a nature centre. In 2007, the state acquired the property, merging it with nearby protected areas and officially designating it as Chimney Rock State Park. Hickory Nut Falls is a prominent waterfall within the park, dropping over 400 feet down a cliff. As one of the tallest waterfalls in the region, it is accessible via a moderate hiking trail. The falls gained national recognition after being featured in the final scenes of the film The Last of the Mohicans, where the dramatic fight sequence was filmed at the brink of the waterfall. Lake Lure is a man-made reservoir near the park, created by damming the Broad River in the early 20th century. It achieved pop culture fame as a filming location for the movie Dirty Dancing, since many of the film's key scenes, including the iconic lift, were shot at the lake and its surrounding properties. St. Augustine, established in 1565, holds the distinction of being the oldest continuously inhabited European settlement in its region. Founded by Spanish colonists, it features a grid-like layout and stone fortifications. St. Augustine's history includes conflicts with rival European powers, sieges, and shifts in control. Its main cemetery is one of the oldest European burial grounds and contains graves of both colonists and indigenous individuals alike. The settlement is most recognised by the St. Augustine Historic District, a preserved area featuring colonial-era architecture and cobblestone streets. In fact, it maintains one of the earliest planned European urban layouts, with narrow avenues and coquina stone buildings reflecting colonial military and religious priorities. It is home to one of the oldest surviving thoroughfares, which once housed a military hospital and artisan workshops. The district's grid design prioritised defence, with structures rebuilt after fires, blending Spanish colonial and later architectural methods. Notably, it also has historically significant landmarks, like Castillo de San Marcos. The Castillo is a star-shaped fortress that is the oldest masonry fort in the United States. It was constructed from coquina, a local limestone formed from compressed shells. Its permeable walls absorb cannon impacts rather than crumbling, a key factor in surviving sieges. Originally designed to safeguard maritime routes, the fort later served as a prison for indigenous leaders and military detainees. Soldiers stationed here endured extreme heat, relying on rooftop cisterns for rainwater. Fort Matanzas National Monument, a smaller coastal outpost, guarded the southern river approach. Built to prevent enemy ships from bypassing the main fortress, its name references a 16th century conflict where captured forces were executed nearby. Providence Canyon State Park is known for its deep, colourful gullies, which have earned it the nickname Little Grand Canyon. The gullies were not formed by natural erosion alone, but largely by poor farming practices in the 1800s. Ploughing and deforestation caused severe erosion, which rapidly deepened and widened the gullies and left the soil exposed and vulnerable. However, these gullies are still growing, and heavy rain continues to make them deeper and wider over time. Today, educational programs explain how human actions can dramatically change the landscape, making it a destination for students and teachers. The Great Dismal Swamp is recognised for its vast wetlands, thick forests and mysterious atmosphere. It spans parts of Virginia and North Carolina and is one of the largest remaining swamps in the eastern region. The area is home to peat bogs, cypress trees, and Lake Drummond at its centre, which is one of Virginia's only natural lakes. Peat fires can smoulder underground for months, sometimes surfacing and creating smoke that drifts for miles. There are also appearances of mysterious lights called swamp gas, or will-o'-the-wisps, which are caused by the combustion of gases from decaying plants. Interestingly, in the 1700s, George Washington and others attempted to drain the swamp for farming and timber by digging canals, some of which are still in use. Lake Lanier is a large man-made reservoir northeast of Atlanta, created by the construction of Buford Dam on the Chattahoochee River. It boasts an extensive shoreline, recreational opportunities, and serves as a major water supply for the surrounding area. The lake is named after Sidney Lanier, a poet from Georgia, whose work often celebrated the region's rivers and landscapes. It played a role in the 1996 Summer Olympics, hosting rowing and canoeing events. More than 100 small islands dot the lake, many of which are actually hilltops that remained above water after the area was flooded. Amicalola Falls State Park is known for Amicalola Falls, the tallest cascading waterfall in the southeast. Located in Dawsonville, the falls drop 729 feet over a series of 7 cascades, making it the highest in the state and the third tallest cascading waterfall east of the Mississippi River. The park's name comes from a Cherokee word meaning tumbling waters, directly referring to the waterfall's continuous flow. In fact, before European settlement, the area was controlled by the Cherokee, who were forced to leave the region during the Trail of Tears. The first written account of the falls was by William Williamson, a land surveyor, who described it as the most majestic scene he had ever witnessed. He encountered the falls while seeking land to claim in the 6th Georgia Land Lottery in the early 1800s. Devil's Den State Park is known for its sandstone crevice caves, rugged terrain, and historic civilian conservation corps structures. The park is located in the Lee Creek Valley of the Boston Mountains and is one of the best preserved civilian conservation corps park developments in the region. It began developing the park in the 1930s, building trails, cabins, a stone dam, and other structures using local materials. Many of these original features are still in use, making the park a showcase of civilian conservation corps craftsmanship. The park contains the largest sandstone crevice cave area in the country, with about 60 caves formed by a massive hillside collapse thousands of years ago. These caves have served as hideouts for outlaws, Confederate guerrillas during the Civil War, and even moonshiners during Prohibition. Lee Creek flows through Devil's Den State Park and is a tributary of the Arkansas River. The Butterfield Overland Mail Route, a historic stagecoach line, ran near Lee Creek, making the area a crossroads for travellers and, at times, outlaws. The Civilian Conservation Corps built a rock dam across Lee Creek, creating Lake Devil, which remains a focal point for recreation in the park. It is also notably classified as an extraordinary resource waterway in Arkansas, recognized for its scenic and ecological value. Williamsburg is known for Colonial Williamsburg, a living history museum that recreates life in the 18th century. The historic city was originally called Middle Plantation and was renamed in honour of King William III when it became the capital in 1699. The move from Jamestown was prompted by repeated fires and the desire for a safer, healthier location. Williamsburg was carefully planned, with Duke of Gloucester Street as its main thoroughfare, and became a centre for government, education, and culture. The Natchez Trace Parkway is a historic route that stretches from Nashville, Tennessee, through Mississippi, following the path of an ancient trail used for thousands of years. It is known for connecting significant archaeological sites, natural landmarks, and places tied to the region's early legacies. The parkway's name comes from the Natchez people and the original trace or path that linked their homelands with other communities. The route was first used by animals and then by indigenous peoples, including the Natchez, Chickasaw, and Choctaw nations, for trade and travel. In the late 1700s and early 1800s, it became a major overland route for boatmen returning north after floating goods down the Mississippi River. Inns, called stands, were built along the path to serve travellers. Sitting along the Natchez Trace Parkway is the Emerald Mound, recognised for being a ceremonial centre for the Plaquemine culture, and later the Natchez people. Originally known as the Seltzertown site, it was later named after the Emerald Plantation, and is known as the second largest ceremonial mound in the region. Charleston is recognised for its well-preserved historic district, cobblestone streets, and architecture spanning colonial, Georgian, and antebellum period. Founded in 1670 as Charlestown, The city was named in honour of King Charles II. Charleston was a key site in the American Revolution, and later the place where the first shots of the Civil War were fired at Fort Sumter. In fact, the city was a major hub for the slave trade, with sites like the Old Exchange and Provost Dungeon serving as holding areas for enslaved people. It is also nicknamed the Holy City due to its long history of religious tolerance and many historic churches representing various faiths. St. Michael's Anglican Church is the oldest surviving religious structure in Charleston. Built between 1752 and 1761, it stands at the intersection of Broad and Meeting Streets, known as one of the Four Corners of Law. The church was constructed after the original saint. Philip's church became too small for the growing population. The battery is a fortified seawall and promenade at the southern tip of the Charleston Peninsula, bordered by the Ashley and Cooper rivers. Named for the artillery batteries placed there for defence, cannons and stacks of cannonballs remain along the seawall. It was originally built for defence against attacks by pirates, foreign navies, and later Union forces during the Civil War. The area is home to monuments, including one to the pirate Stade de Bonnet, who was hanged nearby. Rainbow Springs State Park is a tropical oasis characterized by its freshwater springs, crystal clear waters, and natural beauty. The spring's namesake hues, blues and greens, result from sunlight refracting through mineral-rich waters. The springs are one of the largest in the area, feeding into a river that winds through the park and attracts visitors for swimming, kayaking, and tubing. At one point it was developed as a tourist attraction, with gardens, walking paths, and a large water-powered attraction. Over time, the park was preserved as a state park, allowing visitors to experience the springs and the surrounding nature. Auburn is known as a university city and a centre for education and research. It is home to Auburn University, and the community is recognised for its academic excellence, sports traditions, and unique local customs. Historically, after the Civil War, the city struggled due to serving as a Confederate hub, but eventually rebounded as the university expanded and women were admitted, making it the first four-year college in the state to do so. Its nickname, the loveliest village on the plains, comes from Oliver Goldsmith's poem, The Deserted Village, which inspired the town's name and its reputation for charm and hospitality. The Blue Ridge Mountains stretch through Virginia and North Carolina, forming a prominent section of the Appalachian Highlands. They are known for their blue-tinted appearance, which comes from isoprene released by trees, scattering blue light and giving the mountains their distinctive colour. The area is home to more than 130 tree species and 1,600 types of plants, making it one of the most biodiverse temperate forests on the planet. In the past, the Cherokee and Siouan-speaking tribes lived in and around the Blue Ridge for thousands of years, using the land for hunting, fishing, and gathering. European explorers reached the crest of it in the 1600s, and treaties later established the mountains as boundaries between tribal and colonial lands. Notably, the range contains some of the highest summits in the eastern United States, such as Mount Mitchell and Grandfather Mountain. The Blue Ridge Parkway is a scenic highway that follows the crest of the Blue Ridge for 469 miles, linking Shenandoah National Park to Great Smoky Mountains National Park. Built as a public works project during the Great Depression, the Parkway is the longest linear park in the country and passes through 29 counties in Virginia and North Carolina. It is home to over 50 threatened and endangered plant species and provides habitat for a wide range of wildlife. The route includes 26 tunnels, mostly in North Carolina, and hundreds of scenic overlooks. The highest point on the parkway is near Mount Pisgah at over 6,000 feet. There is no fee to use the parkway, and commercial vehicles are not allowed. Linville Falls is a multi-tiered waterfall on the Linville River in North Carolina, marking the start of the Linville Gorge. The falls are known for their dramatic drops and the deep gorge that follows, which is called Isio by the Cherokee, meaning river of many cliffs. It has the highest water volume of any waterfall on the northern edge of the Blue Ridge. Mount Pisgah is a prominent peak in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, located near Asheville and accessible from the Blue Ridge Parkway. The name Pisgah comes from a biblical reference given by Reverend James Hall, who likened the view to that seen by Moses from Mount Pisgah in the Bible. The peak is easily recognised and, along with nearby mountains, is said to resemble a rat, leading to the local phrase Pisgah and the rat. Located where the Potomac and Shenandoah rivers meet, Harpers Ferry, National Historical Park is renowned for its industrial past, its role in the anti-slavery movement, and as a key location during the Civil War. In fact, the town was a focal point during the Civil War, changing hands multiple times and serving as the location where thousands of Union troops surrendered to Confederate forces. It became the site of a federal armory, chosen for its access to water power from the rivers. The armory was a major producer of muskets and rifles, and it became a centre for technological innovation, including the development of interchangeable parts for firearms. It was originally planned as a memorial to John Brown, whose 1859 raid on the armory is the most famous event in Harpers Ferry's history. The armory's fire engine house, now known as John Brown's Fort after his raid, is the only armory building that survived the Civil War. It became a symbol of the abolitionist movement, even inspiring the song John Brown's Body. Previously mentioned briefly, the Potomac River flows past Harpers Ferry, forming a natural boundary and providing water power that fueled the town's early industry. The river was central to George Washington's vision of a navigable waterway for trade and westward expansion. Efforts to make the river more navigable led to the creation of canals and improvements that shaped the region's economic development. Hilton Head Island is renowned for its beaches, golf courses, and status as a major vacation destination. The island's name comes from Captain William Hilton, who in 1663 identified a headland at the entrance to Port Royal Sound and named it Hilton's Head after himself. During the Civil War, Hilton Head was the site of a large naval battle and quickly fell under Union control, then became a base for the Union blockade and a refuge for formerly enslaved people. Watauga Lake is a reservoir in northeastern Tennessee, surrounded by the Cherokee National Forest and the Appalachian Mountains. The Appalachian Trail passes near the lake, crossing the dam and running along the crest of Iron Mountain, making the area a popular stop for long-distance hikers. The construction of the dam was interrupted by World War II and resumed afterward, with the lake eventually becoming the highest TVA reservoir in the region by elevation. More than half of the shoreline is public land within the Cherokee National Forest, which has helped prevent overdevelopment. The Atchafalaya Basin is the largest swamp and wetland area in the United States, located in south-central Louisiana. It is characterized by its vast expanse of bayous, cypress tupelo swamps, bottomland hardwood forests and marshes, stretching about 140 miles from Simmersport to the Gulf of Mexico. Natchez is one of the oldest cities in the region, founded in 1716 and was the first capital of the Mississippi Territory. It is most famous for its iconic antebellum homes, since the city avoided destruction during the Civil War, allowing many of them to survive. Today, over 100 of these homes remain, many open for tours. Natchez National Historical Park preserves multiple sites that highlight the city's colonial, antebellum, and African American history, with key sites including Melrose, Fort Rosalie, and the William Johnson House. Melrose is a Greek Revival mansion built by John T. McMurran, a lawyer and cotton planter, that offers insight into the lives of both the wealthy family and the enslaved people who lived and worked there. Fort Rosalie was constructed by the French in 1716 with labour from the Natchez people, which was central to colonial struggles, changing hands between France, Britain, Spain, and the United States. Finally, the William Johnson House belonged to a free African American barber, whose detailed diary documents daily life in the antebellum South. St. Mary Basilica is the oldest Catholic church building in the state, and the only minor basilica in Mississippi. Construction began in 1842, and it served as the cathedral for the Diocese of Natchez until 1977. The church was then finally designated a minor basilica by the Vatican in 1998. Whitewater Falls is recognised as the highest waterfall east of the Rockies, located in the Monongahela National Forest of North Carolina. The falls are known for their dramatic drop, with water cascading in two main sections, Upper and Lower Whitewater Falls, along the Whitewater River, which flows from the mountains of North Carolina into South Carolina. They were originally inhabited by the Cherokee, who used the river as a travel route and resource for fishing and hunting. The area is known for sudden weather changes, with fog rolling in quickly and making the falls seem to vanish from view. Jamestown settlement is recognised as the site of the first permanent English colony in North America, established in 1607. Located on the James River, the settlement is known for its early struggles, especially the period called the Starving Time. This was during the winter of 1609 to 1610, when food shortages, disease and conflict led to only about 60 of the original 500 settlers surviving the winter. The Monongahela National Forest spans a vast expanse of mountainous terrain in the Allegheny Mountains, covering over 919,000 acres in eastern West Virginia. It was established after widespread deforestation in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and the Weeks Act allowed for land purchases to protect watersheds and manage resources. The first land acquisition was known as the Monongahela Purchase, and the area was designated as an official national forest shortly after. Most of the forest is now second growth, having regrown after being heavily cut. Seneca Rocks is a prominent quartzite formation rising nearly 900 feet above the North Fork River. They were formed from sand deposited at the edge of an ancient ocean hundreds of millions of years ago. Notably, these rocks became a training site for mountain troops during World War II. Today, they are a well-known destination for rock climbing and hiking, with a documented climbing history that dates back to the 1930s. Hidden within the national park, the Falls of Hills Creek are a series of 3 cascading waterfalls, with the tallest dropping over 60 feet. The site is accessible by a boardwalk and trails, and is one of the highest waterfall locations in the region. Dolly Sods is a high plateau with weather patterns and plant life more typical of areas much further north. The landscape includes rocky outcrops, dense forests, and open heath barrens. The area is popular with backpackers and photographers for its remote trails and unique ecosystem, though there are special regulations that apply to camping in this wilderness area. At 4,863 feet, Spruce Knob is the highest point in the region and is known for its rocky summit and unique rock patterns formed by freeze-thaw cycles. The area was once covered by a dense red spruce forest, which was cleared for pasture and timber. The forest has slowly regrown, but regeneration remains slow due to soil loss and harsh climate. Sullivan's Island is a barrier island near Charleston, known for its peaceful beaches and important role in American history. The island's name comes from Captain Florence O'Sullivan, who was stationed there as a lookout in the late 1600s. It was a major entry point for ships, especially those carrying enslaved Africans. A quarantine station was established to prevent the spread of disease, and it's estimated that a large percentage of African Americans have ancestors who first set foot on Sullivan's Island. Interestingly, famed poet and writer Edgar Allan Poe was once stationed at Fort Moultrie in the 1820s, then later set his short story The Gold Bug on Sullivan's Island. Today, the island's small-town feel and lack of high-rise buildings set it apart from other beach destinations. Fort Moultrie is located on Sullivan's Island and has defended Charleston Harbour since the Revolutionary War. The original fort was built from palmetto logs, which famously absorbed British cannonballs during the Battle of Sullivan's Island in 1776. Mobile is a port city on the Gulf Coast, known for its long history, maritime culture, and as the birthplace of Mardi Gras in North America. The city's name comes from the local Mobile, or Maubia, people, a Native American group encountered by early European explorers. Founded by the French in 1702, Mobile was the first capital of French Louisiana and has since been under French, British, Spanish, and American control. The city hosted the first known Mardi Gras celebration in 1703, predating New Orleans, and continues to celebrate with parades, mystic societies, and unique traditions like throwing moon pies from floats. Mobile's port remains a vital economic engine, ranking as one of the largest in the country and supporting shipping, fishing, and shipbuilding. USS Alabama Battleship Memorial Park is a military history museum on the western shore of Mobile Bay. The centerpiece is the USS Alabama, a World War II battleship known as the Mighty A, and Luckier, which never lost a man to enemy fire. The ship earned 9 battle stars and played key roles in both the Atlantic and Pacific theatres. After decommissioning, it was saved from scrapping by a statewide fundraising campaign, with schoolchildren contributing to bring it to mobile in 1964. Mobile Bay is a large estuary at the head of the Gulf of Mexico, formed by the confluence of the Mobile and Tensor rivers. It is the 6th largest estuary in the United States and supports a rich ecosystem with over 300 bird species, 310 fish species, and numerous reptiles and mammals. The bay is vital for shipping, fishing, and recreation, and is known for its Jubilee events, when fish and crustaceans swarm the shallow shoreline, allowing for easy harvest. Its ecosystem is shaped by the mix of freshwater from rivers and saltwater from the Gulf, creating a productive environment for wildlife and seafood industries. The brown pelican is a common sight around Mobile Bay and the Gulf Coast, famous for its dramatic fishing technique, soaring low over the water and plunging headfirst to catch fish in its expandable bill pouch. They are social birds, often seen roosting on sandbars and piers or flying in formation. These birds nest in colonies on coastal islands, building large nests of sticks and grass. Both parents incubate the eggs and feed the chicks, which can take several months to fledge. Notably, brown pelicans were once endangered due to pesticide use, but have made a strong recovery. Their feeding behaviour is a favourite for birdwatchers, and their presence is a sign of a healthy coastal ecosystem. Everglades National Park is a vast wetland recognised for its slow-moving freshwater system, often called the River of Grass. This term, popularised by a 20th century conservationist, highlighted its ecological importance and efforts to preserve its unique landscape. The park is home to one of the largest mangrove ecosystems in the Western Hemisphere, which stabilises coastlines and shelters marine life. Water flow, historically fed by natural cycles from a large upstream lake, remains a focus of restoration due to human interference. The Anhinga Trail is a 0.8-mile trail that offers a close view of wildlife adapted to freshwater marshes, such as alligators and the trail's namesake, the Anhinga. It is nicknamed Snakebird for its slender neck visible above water while swimming, and it hunts by spearing fish with its sharp beak. The Anhinga is a distinctive bird found throughout Everglades National Park, often seen along the popular Anhinga Trail. Known as the snakebird, the Anhinga swims with just its long neck above the water, giving the appearance of a snake ready to strike. This unique swimming style is due to its lack of waterproof feathers, which causes the bird to become waterlogged and helps it dive and chase prey underwater. They use their webbed feet to swim below the surface, stalking fish and other aquatic prey around submerged plants, then rapidly extend their neck and spearfish with their sharp, pointed bill. After feeding, they are often seen perched on logs or branches, with wings spread wide, drying their feathers and warming themselves in the sun. Their diet in the Everglades consists mainly of small to medium-sized fish, but also includes amphibians and aquatic invertebrates. Native to Florida's swamps and wetlands are the large freshwater reptiles known as American alligators, who dominate the waters. As ambush predators, they lie motionless, using sensory pits on their jaws to detect prey vibrations, then proceeding to bite down on their target when the timing is right. During dry periods, they provide balance to the ecosystem by digging gator holes, which create vital water reserves for fish, turtles, and birds. This is also when they tend to rely on external heat sources to regulate body temperature, often basking in the sun during cooler months. The alligators are more active at night, moving using their powerful tails to propel through the water. Meanwhile, the females guard nests of foliage, and hatchlings communicate with high-pitched sounds to prompt the mother's aid. In the shallow wetlands, roseate spoonbills sweep spoon-shaped bills side to side to sift mud for crustaceans. Their pink hue intensifies with a diet that consists of carotenoid-packed prey, like shrimp. As social animals, they tend to gather in colonies for both nesting and foraging, often with egrets or herons. Their breeding season in the Everglades typically peaks from late winter to early spring. Historically, they were once heavily hunted for their pink feathers, though their populations have now stabilised. Their consistent survival is still reliant on undisturbed feeding grounds, which are fortunately safeguarded under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The Ozark Mountains, also known as the Ozark Highlands or Ozark Plateau, cover a large region of northern Arkansas and extend into neighbouring states. This area is famous for outdoor recreation, folk traditions, and a landscape shaped by centuries of erosion, which created dramatic bluffs, caves, and springs. Lake Fort Smith State Park is located in the Boston Mountain Valley of the Ozarks. It offers camping, cabins, a marina with boat rentals, hiking, kayaking, and mountain biking. The park is the western end of the Ozark Highlands Trail, a long-distance hiking route. Its scenic setting and recreational facilities make it a popular destination for families and outdoor enthusiasts. Ozark National Forest covers more than 1 million acres in northern Arkansas and includes Mount Magazine, the state's highest point, and Blanchard Springs Caverns. The forest is known for its oak and hickory woodlands, old growth areas, and over 500 species of trees and woody plants. It features hundreds of miles of hiking, horseback riding, and mountain biking trails, including the 165-mile Ozark Highlands Trail. The forest also has designated wilderness areas and scenic byways. The Buffalo National River flows through the Ozarks and was the first river in the country to receive national river status. Its upper section is known for whitewater rapids and dramatic karst features, as it supports over 300 species of fish, insects, mussels, and aquatic plants. Beaver Lake is a man-made reservoir in the Ozark Mountains, created by damming the White River. It features limestone bluffs, natural caves, and clear water, as it serves as a major source of drinking water and recreation, with parks, marinas, and campgrounds lining its shores. The area offers convenient access to outdoor activities such as boating, fishing, swimming, and camping. The creation of the lake submerged the resort town of Montigny and transformed the local landscape. Clarksville is a city in northern Tennessee, close to the Kentucky border, known for its historic downtown riverfront and as the home of Austin Peay State University. The university began as the Rural Academy in the early 1800s and now offers a wide range of academic programs, including centres of excellence in creative arts and field biology. The city was established in the late 1700s near the confluence of the Cumberland and Red Rivers, and named after General George Rogers Clark, a Revolutionary War leader. It has a long history as a river depot for tobacco, a centre for trade, and a place of innovation, including the founding of Tennessee's first bank and the state's oldest newspaper, the Leaf Chronicle. Notably, it is the birthplace of Olympic gold medalist Wilma Rudolph, who overcame polio to become a world-renowned athlete. La Pinta is a replica of one of Christopher Columbus's ships and occasionally docks in Tennessee river towns, including Clarksville, as part of a touring maritime exhibit. The ship, along with its sister replica Lanier, serves as a floating museum, offering visitors a chance to step aboard and experience what life was like for sailors during the age of exploration. The Clarksville Greenway is a paved trail system that follows an old railbed and river corridors through the city, offering over 9 miles of scenic walking, biking, and running paths. It connects several parks and neighbourhoods, providing access to creeks, bluffs, wildflowers, and open vistas. The trail features the Raymond C. Hand Pass, a 600-foot pedestrian bridge over a ravine, and several access points with parking and restrooms. Fortunately, its design also allows for both level and hilly routes, accommodating all fitness levels. Shenandoah National Park stretches along the crest of the Blue Ridge Mountains, famous for its more than 500 miles of hiking trails. The park's geology features some of the oldest rocks in the region, with greenstone lava flows forming many of the cliffs and peaks. Its land was heavily used for farming, logging, and homesteading before its establishment. More than 400 families were relocated when the park was created in the 1930s. Remnants of former homesteads, cemeteries, and old-growth trees can still be found throughout the park, offering a window into its human and natural history. The Civilian Conservation Corps played a major role in building park infrastructure, including Skyline Drive, trails and picnic areas, even providing employment during the Great Depression. Luray Caverns, located near the park, is the largest show cave in the eastern United States. Discovered in 1878, after locals noticed cold air coming from a sinkhole, the caverns are famous for their vast chambers, towering columns, and unique formation. It is known for its massive stalactites and stalagmites, mirrored pools like Dream Lake, and the Great Stalacpipe Organ, the world's largest musical instrument, which uses rubber-tipped plungers to gently tap stalactites and produce musical notes. The Gulf of Mexico is a vast, semi-enclosed basin of the Atlantic Ocean bordered by Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. It is defined by its extensive coastline, shallow continental shelf, and deep central basin, known as the Sigsbee Deep. The Gulf connects to the Atlantic through the Straits of Florida and to the Caribbean Sea via the Yucatan Channel. Its coastal zone features tidal marshes, sandy beaches, mangroves, bays, estuaries and lagoons. Black coral found here is among the world's oldest living organisms, with some specimens over 2,000 years old. Grand Isle is Louisiana's only inhabited barrier island, located at the southern tip of Highway 1. The island is a stopover for thousands of migratory birds each spring, drawing birders from across the region. Its waters host over 280 species of fish, making it a top spot for anglers. Gulf Shores, Alabama, is a coastal town known for its white sand beaches, warm climate, and range of outdoor activities. The area is a gateway to the Gulf, offering sunbathing, beach volleyball, water sports, and wildlife encounters. It has a tradition of southern hospitality and hosts events and festivals celebrating music and food. The Intracoastal Waterway is a 3,000-mile inland navigation channel running along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. It uses rivers, bays, estuaries, and man-made canals to provide a sheltered route for commercial and recreational boating. Built over more than a century, the waterway was completed in 1939 and was significant in World War II, protecting shipping from enemy submarines. The waterway is maintained by the US Army Corps of Engineers and is especially busy during the fall and spring migrations, when boaters move between northern and southern waters. The Davis and Elkins Historic District is located on the campus of Davis and Elkins College in Elkins. It is characterised by its grand Victorian-era mansions and outbuildings, which were once the homes of Henry Gassaway Davis and Stephen Benton Elkins, two influential figures in the region's railroad, coal, and political history. They played major roles in developing railroads and industry in the area, which led to the founding of Elkins as a city. The estate was once nearly self-sufficient, with orchards, livestock, a dairy, an ice house, and greenhouses. Within the district is the Graceland Inn, a restored Victorian mansion featuring native stone construction, ornate woodwork, and period furnishings. It serves as an inn and restaurant, offering overnight stays and meals with views of the surrounding campus and mountains. The gatehouse located at the entrance is a smaller stone building with architectural details that echo the main house. It originally served as the residence for the estate's groundskeepers and remains a distinctive feature of the property. Lake Hickory is a man-made reservoir on the Catawba River, created in 1927 with the completion of the Oxford Dam. The lake takes its name from the city of Hickory, a regional centre with a history tied to early transportation routes and industry. The city itself was named after a large hickory tree that once stood near a tavern established in the 1850s. It was developed primarily for hydroelectric power generation and continues to provide electricity through Duke Energy's hydro stations. The lake's water level and quality are carefully managed, and studies have shown that Lake Hickory is sensitive to nutrient loads, which can affect algae growth and the overall ecosystem. The Chefuncte River Lighthouse stands at the entrance of the Chefuncte River in Madisonville, marking the channel where the river meets Lake Pontchartrain. Built in 1837, its purpose was to guide vessels safely through the river's tricky S-shaped entrance, supporting Madisonville's role as a key port and shipbuilding centre. New River Gorge National Park and Preserve protects a deep canyon carved by the New River, one of the oldest rivers on Earth. Despite its name, the New River is estimated to be hundreds of millions of years old, predating the Appalachian Mountains through which it flows. The river's unusual northward flow and ancient origin have made it a subject of geological study and local legend. Soaring 876 feet above the river is the New River Gorge Bridge, one of the world's longest single-span steel arch bridges. Completed in the late 1970s, it transformed travel in the region, reducing a 45-minute drive across winding roads to less than a minute. The bridge is constructed from weathering steel, which never needs painting, a cost-saving and practical innovation. Bell Slough State Wildlife Management Area is a wetland region in central Arkansas, managed for hunting, birdwatching, and wildlife conservation. The area is known for its mix of bottomland hardwood forests, marshes, and oxbow lakes, which provide important habitat for a variety of wildlife. It also serves as a floodplain for the Arkansas River, helping to absorb excess water during high flows and providing natural filtration for runoff. Management practices include controlled burns, water level manipulation, and planting of food crops to attract and sustain wildlife. The area is a stopover for migratory birds along the Mississippi Flyway, making it a hotspot for birdwatchers during spring and fall migrations. During peak migration, birdwatchers have recorded over 200 species in a single season. Roanoke is a city in southwest Virginia, known for the Roanoke Star and its legacy as a major railroad hub. The city's growth accelerated when it became a junction for the Shenandoah Valley Railroad and the Norfolk and Western Railroad, turning it into a vital centre for transporting coal and goods from the Appalachian region. The arrival of multiple railroads brought jobs, commerce, and a lasting connection to railroading, with the city producing steam locomotives until the 1950s. It is often called the Star City of the South, thanks to the Roanoke Star, a massive illuminated structure atop Mill Mountain. The Wells Fargo Tower is a 21-story office building and the tallest structure in both Roanoke and all of Southwest Virginia. Completed in 1991, it stands at 320 feet and features a distinctive copper pyramid and spire, designed as an homage to the nearby Hotel Roanoke. The Basilica of St. Andrew, also known as St. Andrew's Catholic Church, is a historic church built between 1900 The church features buff brick, a stone foundation, tall Gothic towers, and stained glass windows imported from Germany. It replaced an earlier church on the site and is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Thurmond is a nearly abandoned coal town in the New River Gorge, famous for its preserved historic buildings and its status as one of the least populous municipalities in West Virginia, with a population of fewer than 10 people. The town was established in the late 1800s by Captain William D. Thurmond, who received land as payment for surveying work and saw the potential for a railroad and coal centre along the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway. Mount Mitchell is the highest peak east of the Mississippi River, rising to 6,684 feet in the Black Mountain Range of North Carolina. It stands as the tallest point in the Appalachian Mountains and is a central feature of Mount Mitchell State Park. The mountain is known for its cool, often unpredictable weather, with rapid changes in sun, rain and fog even within a single day. It was named after Elisha Mitchell, a University of North Carolina professor who first measured its height in the 1830s. Mitchell's calculations showed the mountain was higher than Mount Washington, previously thought to be the tallest in the region. Lake Murray is a large man-made reservoir in central South Carolina, known for its recreational opportunities, hydroelectric power generation, and unique history. The lake was created in the late 1920s and early 1930s by damming the Saluda River, with the main purpose of providing electricity to the region through the construction of the Saluda Dam, also known as the Drieha Shoals Dam. The creation of Lake Murray required the purchase of about 100,000 acres of land from over 5,000 families. Entire communities, including homes, churches, schools, and nearly 200 graveyards, had to be relocated. During World War II, the US military used Lake Murray for bomber pilot training, with 7 of the lake's islands serving as practice targets. Several B-25 bombers ended up in the lake, with at least one later recovered and put on display. The Florida Keys is a coral cay archipelago extending from southern Florida into the Gulf of Mexico. It stretches across a shallow marine basin formed from ancient coral reefs and sandbars. Indigenous peoples, including the Calusa and Tequesta, harvested shellfish and navigated the island's channels. European explorers later used the Keys as a refuge from storms, while pirates exploited their maze of waterways to ambush merchant ships. Salvaging shipwrecks became a lucrative trade in the 1800s, with wreckers guiding vessels through hazardous reefs. Built atop the ruins of the Overseas Railroad, the Florida Keys Overseas Highway stitches the archipelago together via 42 bridges. The 7-mile bridge, its longest span, was built along the path of a former railway that was heavily damaged by a storm. Engineers repurposed sections of the rail bridges for vehicle traffic, creating a link that changed travel and trade in the area. Meanwhile, concrete supports from the original structure now host barnacles and octopuses. Today, the highway is a key route for locals and visitors, offering access to different islands and communities. However, its low elevation still makes it susceptible to storm surges, with sections often closing during extreme tides. Key West is the southernmost city in the continental United States. It was once a 19th century salvage hub where wreckers profited from stranded ships, but it later shifted to tourism with its cigar factories and sponge warehouses. The island's coral limestone bedrock forced builders to use imported soil for gardens. Historic wooden cottages, raised on stilts to avoid flooding, now house museums detailing maritime disputes and literary residents. Found in the Florida Keys is the key deer, an endangered subspecies of the mainland white-tailed deer, who notably evades predators by swimming between islands. It has a varied diet, feeding on over 160 plant species, such as red mangrove shoots and blackhead berries. Additionally, after adapting to limited fresh water, it stays hydrated by drinking from rain puddles or licking dew. Tragically, vehicle collisions remain a leading cause of death, prompting wildlife crossings and reduced speed zones. Completed in 1976, the Glade Creek Grist Mill is a working replica of Cooper's Mill, which once stood nearby. Serving as a tribute to the hundreds of mills that once operated in the region, it was built using parts salvaged from 3 historic mills: the main structure from Stony Creek Grist Mill, the water wheel from Spring Run Grist Mill, and additional parts from Onego Grist Mill. Visitors can tour the mill and watch as corn is ground into cornmeal using traditional methods. The process starts with dried corn poured into a hopper. Water from Glade Creek turns the wheel, and the grindstone crushes the corn. Interestingly, the miller collects a portion of the cornmeal as a fee, a practice known as the miller's toll. In the past, people often bartered goods for cornmeal instead of using money. Montgomery is the capital city of Alabama, established in 1819, named after General Richard Montgomery, a Revolutionary War figure. It became the state capital in 1846 and served briefly as the first capital of the Confederacy at the start of the Civil War. Its early growth was fueled by its position as a hub for cotton distribution, leveraging river and rail connections to become one of the wealthiest cities in the region before the Civil War. The Alabama State Capitol is a Greek Revival building that has served as the seat of state government since 1851. As a National Historic Landmark and a working museum of state history and politics, it was the site of major events, such as the inauguration of Jefferson Davis as President of the Confederacy in 1861, marked by a brass star on the steps. It was also the endpoint of the 1965 Selma to Montgomery Voting Rights March, where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. delivered a historic speech to thousands gathered on the steps. Evidently, cotton fields have been central to Montgomery's economy and identity since the early 1800s. The region's fertile river valleys and black belt soil made it ideal for cotton cultivation, and the city became a major market for the crop. The rise of the cotton gin and improved transportation, including steamboats and railroads, fueled a cotton boom that made Alabama the nation's leading producer by the mid-19th century. However, its plantations relied heavily on the enslaved labour of Africans, which makes it a dark spot in its history. Cumberland Falls, often called the Niagara of the South, is a major waterfall on the Cumberland River in southeastern Kentucky. The falls span more than 100 feet in width and drop dramatically into a gorge surrounded by high rock walls and boulders. The area had long been inhabited by indigenous peoples, including the Shawnee, Cherokee, Chickasaw, and Creek, who considered the falls and nearby Eagle Falls to be sacred. The site has passed through many private owners and was eventually donated to the state in the early 1930s, becoming a state park. Lake Sequoia is a reservoir on the eastern edge of Fayetteville, Arkansas, created in 1959 as an alternative water supply for the city. The lake takes its name from Sequoia, the Cherokee silversmith who invented the Cherokee syllabary. Originally built to serve as Fayetteville's water source, It was retired from this role in the 1960s when Beaver Lake became the primary supplier. Today the area is known as Lake Sequoia Park and is managed for recreation and conservation. Fayetteville is a college town in northwest Arkansas, home to the University of Arkansas. Founded in 1828 and named after the Marquis de Lafayette, the city has grown from a frontier settlement into a lively centre for education, culture, and outdoor activities. Its Senior Walk tradition features the names of every university graduate etched into sidewalks across campus. The city also notably hosts major events like the Bikes, Blues, and BBQ Festival. The Washington County Courthouse in Fayetteville is a historic, Romanesque-style government building completed in 1905. Designed by architect Charles L. Thompson and built by George Donegay, the courthouse is the fifth to serve Washington County and was constructed to accommodate the growing needs of the county. New Orleans is known for its music, food, Mardi Gras celebrations, and a layered history that sets it apart from any other city. Founded in 1718 by the French as La Nouvelle Orléans, it was named for Philippe II, Duke of Orléans. Before European colonisation, the area was called Bulbancha by the Choctaw, meaning place of many tongues, reflecting its role as a hub for various indigenous groups. Its current name honours the French regent, Philippe II, Duke of Orléans, and the city's French origins are still evident in its street names, layout, and traditions. It is home to both the first pharmacy and the first girls' school in America. The first opera in America was also performed in New Orleans in 1796. The French Quarter, or Vieux Carré, is the oldest neighbourhood in New Orleans, founded in 1718. Most of the buildings seen today were built during the Spanish period, after fires in the late 18th century led to reconstruction using brick, stucco, and ironwork. The area is famous for its Creole townhouses, wrought iron balconies, and hidden courtyards. It became a melting pot, with waves of Italian and Irish immigrants joining the Creole and French-speaking residents. St. Louis Cathedral, facing Jackson Square, is the oldest continuously active Roman Catholic cathedral in the United States. The first church on the site was built in 1718, with the current structure completed in 1851, after earlier versions were destroyed by fire and rebuilt. The cathedral is dedicated to King Louis IX of France and serves as the seat of the Archdiocese of New Orleans. Fort Pike is a 19th century brick fort built after the War of 1812 to defend New Orleans from naval attack via the Rigolets and Lake Pontchartrain. Construction began in 1819 and was completed in 1826, named after explorer Zebulon Pike. Windsor ruins are the remnants of the largest antebellum Greek Revival mansion ever built in Mississippi, located near Port Gibson. What stands today are 23 Corinthian columns, each about 45 feet tall, which once supported a 4-storey mansion completed in 1861 for Smith Coffee, Daniel II, a wealthy cotton planter. The mansion was designed by architect David Schroeder and built using slave labour, with ironwork imported from St. Louis and woodwork crafted by New England carpenters. The estate originally covered over 2,600 acres and featured 25 rooms, 24 fireplaces, a rooftop cupola, and other amenities. The city is also known for its natural beauty, with locations like the Edward Ball Wakulla Spring State Park offering outdoor recreation and a look at the area's unique ecosystem. It is a secure area, featuring one of the largest and deepest freshwater springs in the world. Snake Mountain rises along the border of North Carolina and Tennessee, forming part of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It is known for its twin summits, with the highest point reaching over 5,500 feet and marking the highest spot in Johnson County, Tennessee. Its name comes from the mountain's long, curving ridge, which resembles a snake as it twists across the landscape. The mountain also forms the headwaters for several rivers, including the North Fork and South Fork of the New River and the Watauga River, with numerous feeder streams originating from its slopes. Due to its traits, it has been a landmark for centuries, with both the Old Buffalo Trail and the Daniel Boone Trail converging at its base near Zionville. The old Sheldon Church ruins stand near Yemassee as the remains of one of the earliest Greek Revival structures in the South. Originally called Prince William's Parish Church, it was built between 1745 and 1753 to serve the Anglican parishioners in the area. The church was renamed Sheldon after the plantation of William Bull, whose family played a major role in the church's founding and local affairs. Charlottesville is a city in central Virginia, known for its deep historical roots, academic influence, and connections to several US presidents. The city hosts the University of Virginia, a major public university founded and designed by Thomas Jefferson. In fact, it was the home of Thomas Jefferson and James Monroe, both of whom served as governors of Virginia while living in the area. The university's campus, featuring the iconic rotunda and the lawn, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a model of Jeffersonian architecture. It has a lengthy history serving as a major centre for government and law, extending back to the 18th century, when it was established as the Albemarle County seat. Its name honours Queen Charlotte Sophia of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, wife of King George III. Monticello is the plantation home of Thomas Jefferson, located just outside Charlottesville. The estate was a working plantation of 5,000 acres, using the labour of over 100 enslaved people for agriculture and crafts. Cooper's Rock State Forest is located east of Morgantown and is known for its sandstone cliffs overlooking the Cheat River Gorge. The name comes from a legend about a fugitive Cooper, a barrel maker, who hid from the law in the area and continued his trade while living in the forest. The main overlook, built by the Civilian Conservation Corps during the Great Depression, provides panoramic views of the gorge and surrounding mountains. Tybee Island is a barrier island near Savannah, known for its sandy beaches, historic sites, and laid-back coastal community. The island's name comes from the Yuchi word for salt, and was used as a lookout and defensive post as early as 1733, with an outpost established to guide ships to Savannah. During the American Revolution, it became a haven for British loyalists and a staging area for the French fleet before the Siege of Savannah. The island then developed as a health resort in the late 1800s, attracting visitors seeking relief from asthma and allergies in the salt air. The Tybee Island Light Station is Georgia's oldest and tallest lighthouse, standing 145 feet tall and guiding mariners into the Savannah River for nearly 3 centuries. The original tower was ordered by General James Oglethorpe in 1732 and completed in 1736. Making it one of the few surviving colonial-era lighthouse towers in the United States. During the Civil War, Confederate troops burned the top of the tower to prevent Union forces from using it as a navigational aid, but the base survived and was later restored. Today, it still remains active, and is in fact one of the most intact historic light stations in America, with all its original support buildings on site. Pettit Jean State Park is Arkansas's first state park, known for its scenic waterfalls, extensive hiking trails, and historic structures built by the Civilian Conservation Corps. The park and mountain are named after a French legend about a young woman named Petite Jean, who disguised herself as a man to follow her lover to the New World. Upon revealing her true identity, she was said to have passed away on the mountain, and the area was named in her memory. Frankfort is the capital city of Kentucky, known for its government institutions, historic architecture, and scenic setting along the Kentucky River. The city's name comes from Frank's Ford, a reference to an incident in the 1780s when pioneer Stephen Frank was killed at a river crossing during a skirmish with Native Americans. It is also known for its 19th century downtown, historic homes, and as a centre for bourbon production and trade. The city's compact size and riverfront location give it a unique character among state capitals. Historically, it has also survived two major Capitol building fires and a brief occupation by Confederate troops during the Civil War. The Kentucky State Capitol is the fourth permanent Capitol building since statehood and serves as the hub of government for the Commonwealth. Completed in 1910, it was designed in the Beaux-Arts style by architect Frank Mills Andrews. The building features a grand rotunda, marble corridors, and a dome inspired by French classical architecture. The Kentucky River runs through the heart of Frankfort, having served as a transportation route since the 18th century, and provides drinking water to much of the region. Its banks are home to parks, walking trails, and wildlife, making it a focal point for recreation and community events. Lake Pontchartrain is a large brackish estuary in southeastern Louisiana, spanning about 40 miles in length and 24 miles in width. Although often called a lake, it is technically an estuary, receiving both saltwater from the Gulf of Mexico through the Rigolette Strait and freshwater from several rivers. This mix of salt and freshwater creates a unique environment that supports a wide range of fish, shellfish, and bird species. In the 1700s and 1800s, the lake was used for fishing, shrimping, oyster harvesting, and as a shortcut for boats travelling between settlements like New Orleans and Mandeville. The Lake Pontchartrain Causeway is one of the world's longest continuous bridges over water, stretching nearly 24 miles from Metairie to Mandeville. The causeway consists of two parallel spans supported by 9,500 concrete pilings and includes a drawbridge section for navigation. Daytona Beach is recognised for its ties to motorsports, serving as the birthplace of stock car racing. The city's hard-packed shoreline once doubled as a racecourse, drawing drivers and spectators to events on the sand. This legacy evolved into the Daytona International Speedway, a venue that hosts one of the most famous races in the world, the Daytona 500 NASCAR race. Originally established as a transportation and tourism hub, growth accelerated with railroad access and early hospitality ventures. Surviving structures from the 1920s and 1930s reveal Mediterranean revival influences, while post-war motels illustrate mid-century travel trends. One of the city's notable landmarks is the Ponce de Leon Lighthouse, a historic structure that has guided sailors along the coast for many years. It is the tallest lighthouse in Florida at 175 feet, dating back to 1887. Today, the site includes a museum detailing maritime history and the daily routines of lighthouse keepers. The resort town of Banner Elk, North Carolina, has its population swell during ski season, as it is located between Beech Mountain and Sugar Mountain, two of the largest ski resorts in the region. Its name comes from the Banner family, who established the first permanent settlement in the area in 1848. Early settlers were primarily farmers and fur traders, and agriculture remains important to the local economy. It finally became a vacation destination in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, with the Banner Elk Hotel built in 1892 to accommodate visitors. The town is also home to Lees-McRae College, which sits at the highest elevation of any college east of the Mississippi River. Reelfoot Lake State Park in northwest Tennessee is known for the unusual origin of its centerpiece lake and namesake. Unlike most lakes in the region, Reelfoot Lake was formed almost instantly by a series of powerful earthquakes in the early 1800s. These seismic events, known as the New Madrid earthquakes, occurred between December 1811 and February 1812 and were among the strongest ever recorded in North America. The violent shaking caused the land to subside, creating a shallow basin that was quickly filled by water from the Mississippi River and nearby streams. In the early 20th century, disputes over land and fishing rights led to violent confrontations between residents and land companies, a period known as the Reelfoot Lake Night Rider era. Lexington is a historic town in the Shenandoah Valley, known for its academic institutions and Civil War history. Established in 1777 as the seat of Rockbridge County, Lexington was named for the battles of Lexington and Concord, the opening conflicts of the American Revolution. The area was originally inhabited by the Cherokee and Monacan peoples before European settlement began in the 1730s. Its compact downtown features 18th and 19th century buildings, galleries and shops, and the town is surrounded by mountain scenery and the Maury River. Today, it is best known as the home of Washington and Lee University and the Virginia Military Institute. These institutions have shaped the town's character, drawing students, faculty, and visitors from across the country. King's Landing is a stretch of river and springs recognised for its clear, spring-fed waters flowing through a subtropical ecosystem. Interestingly, the site's name derives from a family-owned recreational venture that popularised paddle trails in the late 20th century. It historically powered a 19th century grist mill, remnants of which lie submerged. Logging operations in the early 1900s then cleared cypress stands, significantly altering water flow and sediment patterns that are still apparent today. Unfortunately, invasive hydrilla, introduced through aquarium trade, now chokes sections of the river, out-competing native eelgrass. Restoration efforts manually remove the plant to protect spawning grounds for certain fish species. Founded in 1733 by James Oglethorpe, the historical coastal city of Savannah in Georgia was laid out using the Oglethorpe Plan, a unique grid system of wards, each centred around a public square. This design, with its orderly layout and green spaces, still defines the city's downtown and is recognised as one of the most intelligent urban plans in the world. Additionally, its character is further enhanced by its historic squares, antebellum homes, and tree-lined streets. The city's historic district is a National Historic Landmark, featuring Georgian, Greek Revival, and Gothic architecture. The city was spared from destruction during the Civil War and retains much of its original layout and buildings. River Street is a historic waterfront promenade running along the Savannah River that was revitalised in the 1970s, transforming abandoned warehouses into a lively district. The cobblestones in its streets were sourced from ballast stones of ships arriving from around the world. Once the centre of the city's shipping and cotton trade, River Street is lined with old warehouses, now converted into shops, restaurants and hotels. Notably, it is also part of the Intracoastal Waterway and is a prime spot for watching ships from around the world. The Cathedral Basilica of St. John the Baptist is a Roman Catholic cathedral known for its French Gothic architecture and stained glass windows. The original congregation was established by French and Haitian immigrants in the late 1700s, and the current building's cornerstone was laid in 1873. The cathedral was nearly destroyed by fire in 1898, but was rebuilt and rededicated by 1900. The Great Smoky Mountains stretch along the border of North Carolina and Tennessee, forming one of the most recognized mountain ranges in the eastern United States. They are among the oldest mountains in the world, formed over hundreds of millions of years through tectonic uplift and erosion. The range is known for its rolling peaks, deep valleys, and the smoky blue haze that often drapes the landscape. This haze, which gives the mountains their name, is caused by natural emissions from the region's dense forests that scatter blue light. Originally home to the Cherokee, logging companies moved in by the 1800s and 1900s, drastically altering the landscape. The push to protect the area led to the creation of the Great Smoky Mountains National Park in 1934, funded by public donations and the federal government. Manatee Lagoon is known for its role as a unique sanctuary for manatees, which also offers visitors a chance to observe manatees in their natural habitat. Located near a warm water outflow from a nearby power plant, the lagoon attracts these gentle marine mammals during the cooler months when they seek warmer waters to survive. The lagoon is equipped with viewing areas and educational exhibits that provide information about manatee conservation and the efforts to protect these creatures. Manatees are large, slow-moving marine mammals known for their gentle nature and plant-based diet. Native to Florida's warm coast, they spend most of their time in shallow waters and springs, feeding on seagrass and other aquatic plants. These animals are often seen in groups, especially during colder months when they seek warmer waters, such as those found in areas like Manatee Lagoon. They are known for their docile behaviour and tend to be curious, often approaching boats or humans in the water. Their lifestyle revolves around grazing and travelling slowly through waterways, using their large tails to propel themselves. The species is considered vulnerable due to threats like habitat loss and collisions with watercraft, making conservation efforts essential to their survival. Baton Rouge is the capital city of Louisiana, known for its role as the seat of state government and as the home of Louisiana State University. The city sits on the eastern bank of the Mississippi River at a natural bluff, and was the site of the assassination of Governor Huey P. Long in the Louisiana state capitol in 1935. Its name means red stick in French, a reference to a red cypress pole spotted by French explorer Pierre Le Moyne d'Iberville in 1699. This pole, stained with animal blood, marked a boundary between the hunting grounds of the Houma and Bayugula peoples. The Louisiana State Capitol is the tallest Capitol building in the United States, standing 450 feet with 34 stories. Completed in 1932, it replaced the old state capitol and was the vision of Governor Huey P. Long, who wanted a modern, monumental building to symbolize progress. The structure is a prime example of Art Deco architecture, with limestone facades, sculpted reliefs, and a grand staircase featuring the names of all 50 states. Lake Keowee is an artificial reservoir in the foothills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, known for its clear blue-green waters, scenic mountain views, and extensive shoreline. The lake was created in the early 1970s by Duke Energy for hydroelectric power generation and to provide cooling water for the Oconee nuclear station. It covers over 18,000 acres and stretches approximately 26 miles, with more than 300 miles of shoreline. The lake provides drinking water for nearby cities and is considered one of the cleanest lakes in the region due to its mountain-fed waters and careful management. Interestingly, it is said that the body of water is shaped somewhat like a Christmas tree, with a main channel and many coves and branches. It also has the Jumping Rock, a 30-foot boulder where visitors swim and leap into the water. Miami Beach is a coastal resort city known for its long stretches of sandy shoreline and Art Deco architecture. Originally a coconut plantation, the island's modern layout emerged after dredging created artificial islands and waterways. It evolved as a barrier island transformed by early 20th century land reclamation and ambitious engineering. The neighbourhood of South Beach anchors Miami Beach's identity through its Art Deco architecture, characterised by pastel facades, neon accents, and streamlined forms. Following a destructive hurricane in the 1920s, reconstruction prioritised this style, creating a district now preserved for its historical and aesthetic significance. Its Art Deco historic district contains one of the world's largest concentrations of such architecture. Ocean Drive's row of hotels and cafes became synonymous with 1980s nightlife, while the beachfront itself drew crowds for its wide, white sands and clear waters. Compared with the inland, South Beach's dynamic energy contrasts with Miami's urban core, where skyscrapers house financial and cultural institutions. Big Schloss is a prominent peak in the Great North Mountain Range of the Ridge and Valley Appalachians, situated on the border of Virginia and West Virginia. Part of the George Washington National Forest, the summit features a large outcrop of white sandstone that stands out from the surrounding forested ridges and is accessible via several hiking trails. Its main route has a steep, rocky ascent at the start, followed by a level ridge walk with intermittent views before reaching the summit. The summit's name comes from German settlers, with it meaning castle in German, chosen because the rocky formation reminded them of a castle's imposing size and presence. The area was once home to a civilian conservation corps camp in the 1930s, which contributed to reforestation and infrastructure improvements in the region. Dauphin Island is a barrier island at the mouth of Mobile Bay, known for its beaches, bird sanctuaries, and historic sites. Originally called Massacre Island by French explorers in 1699, after they discovered piles of human skeletons, likely the remains of a disturbed Native American burial mound. The name was changed to honour the Dauphin, the heir to the French throne, specifically Louis XIV's great-grandson and future Louis XV. The Alabama Deep Sea Fishing Rodeo, one of the largest fishing tournaments in the world, takes place here every summer. The New Manchester Mill ruins are the stone remains of a 19th century textile mill located in Sweetwater Creek State Park, west of Atlanta. Originally constructed in 1849 as the New Manchester Manufacturing Company, the mill was a 5-storey, water-powered facility producing clothing and other materials, especially uniforms for the Confederate Army during the Civil War. Central to the city's identity is the Mississippi River. It flows through a gorge stabilised after landslides in the 1870s, damaged milling infrastructure. The river was used for transportation, trade, and power generation. It continues to be a major feature of the city, with parks, trails, and bridges connecting neighbourhoods along its banks. The city of Miami possesses an identity that is shaped by its role as a crossroads of cultures and commerce. It has long been a gateway for international business, with a strong connection to Latin America. Banking, trade, and tourism have shaped the city's growth, making it an economic centre with global reach. This influence permeates language, cuisine, and festivals, while the finance sector anchors its urban core with international banks and trade firms. One well-known area in the city is Wynwood, a former warehouse district that has become an arts destination. Murals by artists from multiple continents cover building exteriors, transforming the area into an open-air gallery. This shift spurred redevelopment, blending art spaces with cafes and boutiques in a formerly neglected neighbourhood. The Port of Miami is among the world's busiest cruise ports, connecting the city to islands and coastal regions. Cargo operations handle goods ranging from agricultural products to electronics, underscoring its economic reach. The port's expansion over decades required dredging and infrastructure updates to accommodate larger vessels, impacting both trade and local ecosystems. It also serves as a major gateway to the Caribbean, with many cruise ships docked and ready for such vacation trips. Biscayne Bay is a natural waterway that runs along the southeastern coast of Florida. Its shallow waters separate the mainland from barrier islands, supporting marine life like manatees and mangrove forests. Urban runoff and rising sea levels threaten water quality, prompting restoration projects focused on seagrass replanting and pollution control. The bay also serves as a recreational artery for boating and fishing. At the southern tip of Key Biscayne, Bill Baggs Cape Florida State Park preserves a stretch of shoreline with a historic lighthouse. The lighthouse is one of the oldest standing structures in the region. Rebuilt after 19th century conflicts, it guided ships through dangerous reefs. Today, the park balances conservation with public access, offering trails through coastal hammocks and views of offshore shipwrecks. Kanawha Falls is a wide, cascading waterfall on the Kanawha River, located just downstream from the point where the New and Gauley rivers meet. The falls are formed by a diagonal sandstone ledge that stretches across the river, creating a natural barrier that has long served as a boundary, separating the ecological systems of the New and Kanawha rivers. Fish species found below the falls are often unable to move upstream, resulting in a unique mix of native and non-native species above the falls, with some species found nowhere else in the world. Additionally, the falls have also served as a dividing line between commercial barge traffic downstream and recreational whitewater rafting upstream. Chattooge Lake is a large reservoir straddling the Georgia-North Carolina border, created by the Tennessee Valley Authority in the early 1940s. The lake was formed by the construction of Chattooge Dam, on the Hiwassee River, and TVA's management of water levels means the shoreline changes with the seasons, creating new coves and islands at low water. It is a favourite for birdwatchers, especially in winter when bald eagles and migrating waterfowl are common. Hiwassee is a small town on the Georgia shore of Chattahoochee Lake, known for its lake access, mountain scenery, and welcoming community. It is the county seat of Towns County and was incorporated in the late 1800s. Jonesboro is Tennessee's oldest town, established in 1779 and recognized for its historic buildings and dynamic storytelling tradition. Founded as the first town in Tennessee, Jonesboro quickly became a hub for early settlers moving westward. The town's architecture and layout reflect its importance as a frontier community, with many original structures still standing and preserved as part of the historic district. It is known to host the National Storytelling Festival, one of the largest and most prestigious storytelling events in the world. This festival attracts storytellers and visitors from across the globe every year, transforming the town into a stage for oral tradition and performance. The town embraces its storytelling roots with year-round events and programs, making storytelling a central part of its cultural identity. Dry Tortugas National Park is a remote paradise that is only accessible by boat or seaplane. The park comprises 7 small islands surrounded by extensive coral reefs and shipwrecks. Its centrepiece, Fort Jefferson, is a massive 19th century coastal fortress built to keep maritime routes safe. The fort's hexagonal design, using over 16 million bricks, required constant repairs due to salt air and storms. Oak Island is a barrier island town on the southern coast of North Carolina, known for its long sandy beaches, fishing piers, and relaxed coastal recreation. The town stretches nearly 12 miles, offering more than 60 public beach access points, 2 ocean piers, a marina, boat ramps, and family-friendly parks. The Oak Island Pier is the highest fishing pier in North Carolina, rebuilt and reopened in 2019 and stretches over 800 feet into the Atlantic, making it a favourite spot for anglers and sightseers alike. The town is also known for its pet-friendly policies, local shops and seafood restaurants. The Oak Island Lighthouse stands near the mouth of the Cape Fear River and is one of the most distinctive landmarks on the island. Completed in 1958, it was the last lighthouse built in North Carolina and is constructed of reinforced concrete, standing 153 feet tall, with its light 169 feet above the water. Helen is a northeast Georgia mountain town, famous for its Bavarian alpine village theme and lively tourism scene. Originally a logging town, Helen reinvented itself in 1969 by transforming its buildings and streetscape to resemble a German village, inspired by artist John Colleck's vision. In fact, it has a law that requires all downtown buildings to maintain the Bavarian look, making it visually unique in the region. Today, the town is filled with timber-framed architecture, cobblestone alleys, and colourful facades, creating the feel of a small German town in the Appalachian foothills. It is especially known for its shops, German restaurants, candy stores, and outdoor activities along the Chattahoochee River, including tubing, hiking, and ziplining. The town's population is under 1,000, but it attracts over 1 million visitors each year, making it one of the most visited destinations in Georgia. Yonah Mountain is a prominent granite monadnock near Helen, rising to 3,166 feet, and offering some of the best hiking and panoramic views in North Georgia. It is a popular destination for hikers and rock climbers, with a challenging 4.2-mile round-trip trail that gains over 1,400 feet in elevation. In fact, the US Army's 5th Ranger Training Battalion uses it for mountain phase training, and hikers may encounter soldiers in training exercises. The St. Johns River is the longest river in the state, flowing north from its headwaters near Vero Beach to the Atlantic Ocean. Its slow-moving waters form a network of marshes, lakes and channels that support various wildlife and migratory birds. Historically, the river served as a transportation route for indigenous communities, who built settlements along its banks. Later, steamboats navigated its waters to move goods like citrus and timber, linking inland areas to coastal ports. The river's modern challenges include balancing agricultural and urban water demands with conservation needs. Algae bloom and pollution have prompted restoration initiatives, focusing on reducing runoff and guarding wetlands. Morgantown is widely recognised for being home to West Virginia University, a major research institution that shapes much of the city's identity and activity. The university began as the Agricultural College of West Virginia, founded under the Morrill Land Grant Colleges Act, and was renamed soon after to reflect its broader educational mission. Notably, its basketball program gained national attention when Jerry West, a future NBA Hall of Famer, led the team to the national championship game. The town is also famous for the "Let's Go Mountaineers" chant that echoes through the city on game days, uniting students, residents, and visitors. The university's presence has influenced Morgantown's growth, culture, and reputation as a centre for education, sports, and innovation. Carolina Beach is a classic seaside town on the northern tip of Pleasure Island. Its boardwalk, first built in 1887, is one of the last original wooden boardwalks on the East Coast. It also hosts the Carolina Beach Music Festival, which is the only music festival held right on the beach in North Carolina. Nashville is the capital of Tennessee, and a world-renowned centre for the country music industry. Known as Music City, Nashville's reputation as a music hub began with early settlers who brought fiddle tunes and folk traditions to the banks of the Cumberland River. The city's musical legacy took off in the 1800s with the Fisk Jubilee Singers, whose international tours helped put Nashville on the map as a city of music. Today, Nashville draws songwriters and musicians from around the globe, hosting legendary venues like the Grand Ole Opry, the Bluebird Cafe, and the Country Music Hall of Fame. Its music scene includes not only country, but also pop, rock, bluegrass, jazz, blues, and gospel. The city is also home to the world's largest songwriters festival, Tin Pan South, and has been called the songwriting capital of the world. The Parthenon is a full-scale replica of the ancient Greek temple in Athens, located in Nashville's Centennial Park. Built in 1897 for the Tennessee Centennial Exposition, it reflects Nashville's Athens of the South nickname and commitment to culture and education. The Parthenon serves as an art museum and features a 42-foot statue of Athena, the tallest indoor sculpture in the United States. The museum houses casts of the Parthenon marbles and regularly hosts art exhibitions and community events. The Tennessee State Capitol is a Greek Revival landmark completed in 1859 and is still the seat of state government. Designed by William Strickland, it is one of the oldest working state capitals in the country and is modelled after an Ionic temple. The building's limestone was quarried locally, and it features a prominent lantern modelled after the choragic monument of Lysicrates in Athens. West End Tower is a 20-storey office and residential building located near Vanderbilt University in Nashville's Midtown. Completed in 2021, it features collegiate Gothic architecture and is used as housing for visiting faculty, university guests, and conference attendees. The Fort de Soto Park is a coastal park located near St. Petersburg, encompassing 5 interconnected keys shaped by tidal currents and storms. Its centrepiece, Fort de Soto, was constructed as part of a late 19th century coastal defence system. During wartime, the fort monitored ship traffic and was later repurposed as a training site. The site still has preserved artillery, bunkers, and historical buildings that provide insight into military history. Over time, the land was repurposed for public use, with efforts made to secure its natural and historical features. In fact, the park's mangrove forests stabilise shorelines and provide nurseries for juvenile fish, while migratory shorebirds forage in tidal pools during low tide. The White River flows through northern Arkansas and southern Missouri, stretching over 700 miles from its headwaters in the Boston Mountains to its confluence with the Mississippi River. It is known for its clear waters, scenic bluffs, and as a major destination for fishing, boating, and outdoor recreation. The river's name likely comes from the pale colour of its gravel and limestone riverbed, which gives the water a distinctive light appearance, especially in its upper stretches. Steamboat travel in the 1800s made towns like Batesville important ports, although navigation above Batesville was difficult due to sharp bends and rapids. Pilot Mountain is a prominent feature of Pilot Mountain State Park, which protects the mountain and the surrounding areas. The mountain is known for its unique shape, with a rounded dome called Big Pinnacle and a smaller pointed formation called Little Pinnacle. Before European settlers, it was inhabited by the Saura tribe, who considered the mountain a sacred place. Interestingly, the mountain's quartzite rock is resistant to erosion, which is why it stands prominently while the surrounding land has worn away. Martinsburg is nicknamed the Gateway to the Shenandoah Valley, recognised for its railroad legacy, Civil War history, and dynamic downtown. The city was laid out by General Adam Stephen in the 1770s along Tuscarora Creek, then named for Colonel Thomas Bryan Martin, a nephew of Lord Fairfax, a prominent landowner in the region. It quickly became the county seat of Berkeley County and developed into an industrial town, starting with grist and oil mills, and later becoming a significant railroad hub. Interestingly, it was the starting point of the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the first nationwide industrial strike in the United States, as railroad workers protested wage cuts, halting trains, and drawing national attention. Orange Beach is a coastal town on the Gulf of Mexico, which was originally a quiet fishing village. The area began to grow as a tourist destination in the 1960s and 1970s, leading to its incorporation as a town in 1984. The name Orange Beach comes from early settlers' attempts to cultivate orange, satsuma, and grapefruit trees along the shoreline, though the citrus industry was short-lived due to harsh freezes and unsuitable soil. Founded in 1711, the town of Beaufort is the second oldest city in the state, named after Henry Somerset, the second Duke of Beaufort. The town sits on Port Royal Island, part of a cluster of 68 inhabitable islands, and is surrounded by tidal marshes and waterways, as it features antebellum architecture and a charming waterfront. It soon became a centre for shipbuilding, indigo, rice and cotton exports, and was known as an elite hub for Low Country planters before the Civil War. During the Civil War, Beaufort was one of the first southern towns occupied by Union forces. It developed as a place for the Port Royal experiment, an early effort to educate and integrate freed slaves, and was a haven for African Americans seeking freedom. Cummins Falls is a 75-foot waterfall located on the Blackburn Fork River near Cookeville, forming the centrepiece of Cummins Falls State Park. The falls are known for their two-tiered drop. The upper plunge falls into a shallow pool, followed by a cascade into a deeper swimming hole. The Appalachian Mountains stretch nearly 2,000 miles from Newfoundland and Labrador to central Alabama, forming a series of folded ridges and valleys that serve as the eastern counterpart to the Rockies. They are among the oldest mountains in the world, formed over 480 million years ago during the Ordovician period. The range was once as high as the Alps or Rockies, but has been worn down by erosion over millions of years. In the United States, the range covers parts of West Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia, and Alabama. The name Appalachian comes from the Apalachee tribe, encountered by Spanish explorers in the 16th century. Tibbet Knob is a rocky outcrop, offering wide views over the surrounding ridges and valleys. The hike to the top is moderately challenging, being short but steep, and the summit is less crowded than other nearby peaks. Asheville is a city in western North Carolina, known for its lively art scene, historic architecture, and proximity to the Blue Ridge Parkway. The city's art scene is rooted in the legacy of Black Mountain College, an experimental institution that fostered avant-garde thought and produced notable alumni such as Joseph Albers and Buckminster Fuller. Today, Asheville offers numerous art galleries, museums, and performing arts venues, including the River Arts District, where hundreds of artists maintain working studios and galleries. The Biltmore Estate is the largest privately owned house in the United States, built by George Washington Vanderbilt II in the late 19th century. The mansion features 250 rooms, including 35 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, a library with over 10,000 volumes, an indoor pool, and a bowling alley. Designed by architect Richard Morris Hunt, the house was inspired by French chateaux and took 6 years to complete. The Omni Grove Park Inn is a historic resort hotel built in 1913 on Sunset Mountain, overlooking Asheville. Founded by Edwin Wiley Grove, the inn was designed by his son-in-law, Fred Seeley, and constructed from native granite boulders. It was built in less than a year, opening to acclaim with a keynote address by Secretary of State William Jennings Bryan. During World War II, the inn served as an internment centre for Axis diplomats, and later as a rest centre for the Navy and the Army. Lake Allatoona is best known for its role in flood control and as a major water supply for nearby communities, including Cartersville and Cobb County. It also generates hydroelectric power, with electricity marketed by the Southeastern Power Administration. The lake is a popular destination for outdoor recreation, drawing more than 6 million visitors each year, making it one of the most visited Corps of Engineers lakes in the country. Surprisingly, it has prevented nearly $80 million in flood damages since its creation. Myakka River State Park protects one of the oldest and largest intact ecosystems in its region, defined by the slow-moving Myakka River. This shallow, tea-coloured waterway periodically floods, creating expansive marshes and lakes that sustain various wildlife. Historically, the area was inhabited by indigenous peoples who utilised palmetto fibres and shell tools. Later, cattle ranching dominated, with remnants like old fence lines still visible. The Civilian Conservation Corps developed early park infrastructure, including a log-built visitor centre. The park's wetlands, prairies and oak hammocks support species like white-tailed deer, which are common in the state. As herbivores, they thrive here due to the park's mix of cover and open spaces, browsing on grasses, leaves and acorns while hiding from predators. Their keen senses detect predators, so they often feed at dawn or dusk. The deers here also adapt to seasonal shifts, growing thicker coats in cooler months and relying on the park's controlled burns to stimulate new plant growth. Males shed and regrow antlers annually, using them for territorial displays. Fawns born with spotted camouflage remain hidden in tall grasses for weeks. Pigeon Forge is a tourist town in eastern Tennessee, located near the entrance to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. It takes its name from an iron forge built by Isaac Love in the early 1800s on the banks of the Little Pigeon River, which was named for the large flocks of passenger pigeons that once roosted in the area. The town is famous for its family-friendly attractions, live entertainment, and as the home of Dollywood, the theme park founded by country music star Dolly Parton. Its main strip, the Parkway, is lined with amusement parks, dinner theatres, mini golf courses, arcades and souvenir shops, making it a favourite vacation spot for families and groups. The town's population swells each year as millions of visitors arrive for vacations, car shows and seasonal festivals. Lake Jocassee is a deep, clear reservoir located in the Jocassee Gorges region of northwestern South Carolina. Created in 1973 by the construction of the Jocassee Dam, the lake is fed by cool mountain rivers and streams. Its name comes from a Cherokee legend about a maiden named Jocassee, whose tragic love story is tied to the area. According to the legend, Jocassee drowned in the waters while mourning her lost love, and her spirit is said to linger in the region. Huntsville is known as Rocket City, a centre for aerospace, defence and advanced technology industries. In the 1960s, it became the epicentre of the US space programme, with the Marshall Space Flight Center leading the design and testing of rockets for the Apollo missions. The city's reputation is still anchored by this NASA center, where engineers developed the Saturn V rocket that sent astronauts to the moon and continue to lead work on the Space Launch System for future lunar and Mars missions. Its aerospace sector includes major players like Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and Lockheed Martin, with hundreds of companies supporting projects in rocketry, satellite technology, hypersonics, and defense systems. The area's economy is also driven by information technology, advanced manufacturing, and bioscience, with a strong workforce in engineering and research. Huntsville City Hall is the new centre of municipal government, located at 305 Fountain Circle in downtown. The 7-story building brings all major city departments under one roof, making it easier for residents and businesses to access services. The facility is designed to last a century, with 175,000 square feet of administrative space, a 195,000 square foot parking deck, and modern features like open concept offices and natural lighting. Virginia Beach is a coastal city recognised for its long Atlantic shoreline and for holding the Guinness World Record as the world's longest pleasure beach, stretching about 35 miles. The city's beaches are divided into several districts, including the lively oceanfront, the quieter Sandbridge Beach, and Chesapeake Bay Beach, offering options for every type of visitor. Virginia Beach is the largest city in Virginia by both area and population, and it is a principal city in the Hampton Roads metropolitan region. In addition to that, its sandy shoreline is famous for being rock-free, making it comfortable for swimmers and families. Charlotte is the largest city in North Carolina and a major financial centre in the southeastern United States. Known as the Queen City, Charlotte was founded in 1768 and named after Queen Charlotte of Mecklenburg-Strelitz, wife of King George III. Its financial reputation first began when it was the site of the nation's first gold rush in 1799, after a 17-pound gold nugget was discovered nearby. This led to the opening of the Charlotte Mint in 1837, which produced gold coins for decades. Since then, it has developed into being the second largest banking centre in the United States, after New York City, with major institutions like Bank of America, Truist Financial, and the East Coast headquarters of Wells Fargo based here. This concentration of financial services has fueled rapid growth and attracted a diverse workforce. Created by the construction of Martin Dam on the Tallapoosa River in the 1920s, Lake Martin is the largest man-made lake in the world. The lake spans over 40,000 acres, with more than 700 miles of shoreline, making it one of the largest reservoirs in the southeastern United States. It is named after Thomas Wesley Martin, the president of Alabama Power Company during the dam's construction. Before the lake was created, the area was home to Native American tribes, especially the Creek Nation, and included towns, farms, and forests. Another lesser-known chapter involves the black community of Benson, founded by a formerly enslaved man, John Benson, whose land and legacy were submerged beneath the lake's waters. Today, the lake's clear waters and extensive shoreline have made it a favourite for water sports, including water skiing, canoeing, and swimming. Little Rock is the capital city of Arkansas, located on the south bank of the Arkansas River. The city's name comes from a small rock formation on the riverbank called La Petite Roche by French explorer Jean-Baptiste Bernard de la Harpe in 1722. This little rock served as a landmark for river travellers and distinguished it from a larger rock formation upstream. The city played a pivotal role in the civil rights movement, most notably during the 1957 desegregation crisis at Little Rock Central High School, when 9 African American students, known as the Little Rock Nine, integrated the previously all-white school under federal protection. Former US President Bill Clinton launched his political career in Little Rock, serving as governor and later as president, with his presidential library located in the city. The Arkansas State Capitol is a neoclassical building that houses the state's legislative and executive branches. Completed in 1915, the structure was designed by architect George R. Mann and modelled after the US Capitol in Washington, D.C. The building is constructed from limestone quarried in Arkansas and features a dome topped with a gold-leafed cupola. Jupiter is a coastal town in the southeastern region, developed around a strategic inlet, historically used by indigenous peoples and later European settlers for navigation. Early industries included pineapple farming and salvaging shipwrecks from offshore reefs. Beaches here host nesting loggerhead sea turtles, whose hatchlings navigate artificial light pollution to reach the ocean. Offering panoramic views of Jupiter's coastline is the historic lighthouse. Completed in 1860, this red brick lighthouse was constructed atop a shell midden left by ancient inhabitants. Its iron skeleton was prefabricated and shipped in pieces, assembled using local labour. The tower's Fresnel lens, fuelled originally by whale oil, cast light visible over 20 nautical miles, guiding ships away from hazardous shoals. While the structure's foundation has withstood hurricanes and shifting sands due to being embedded in compacted coquina and shells, its brick walls require constant maintenance to combat salt erosion. Preservation efforts focus on stabilising the original brickwork and mitigating erosion from tides undermining the base. South Holston Lake spans the border of Tennessee and Virginia, known for its clear waters, mountain scenery, and reputation as a top destination for boating and fishing. Created by the South Holston Dam on the South Fork Holston River, the lake stretches about 24 miles from the dam into Virginia, with roughly 60% of its shoreline bordered by the Cherokee National Forest. The dam, built by the Tennessee Valley Authority, was completed in 1950 after construction was paused during World War II. It is one of the largest earth and rock-filled dams in the world, standing 285 feet high and stretching 1,600 feet across the river. In 1991, a weir was built below the dam to add oxygen to the river when the hydropower plant isn't generating electricity, helping sustain fish and aquatic life. The reservoir's water level can vary by about 25 to 30 feet seasonally to provide flood storage and support power generation. Knoxville is a city in eastern Tennessee known for its history, outdoor attractions, and as a gateway to the Great Smoky Mountains. Founded in 1786 as White's Fort, Knoxville became the capital of the Southwest Territory and later the first capital of Tennessee. The city was named in honor of Henry Knox, the first US Secretary of War, following the common practice of combining a notable person's name with ville, meaning town or settlement. Today, it is known to host a wide range of festivals, from the International Biscuit Festival to the Big Ears Music Festival. In fact, it was even once dubbed the streaking capital of the world, after a mass streaking event on Cumberland Avenue in 1974. The Sun Sphere is a 266-foot observation tower topped with a gold-coloured glass sphere, built as the symbol of the 1982 World's Fair. It stands in World's Fair Park and is one of Knoxville's most recognisable landmarks. The Sun Sphere's observation deck offers 360-degree views of downtown Knoxville, the University of Tennessee campus, and the Smoky Mountains. It was designed by Don Shell and features glass panels layered with 24-karat gold. It is one of only two remaining structures from the 1982 World's Fair, along with the Tennessee Amphitheatre. Fort Dickerson Quarry is a former limestone quarry turned recreation area in South Knoxville, located at the base of the historic Civil War site, Fort Dickerson. The quarry is part of Fort Dickerson Park, which also preserves one of the best preserved Civil War earthen forts in the region. Lake Norman is the largest artificial lake in North Carolina, created between 1959 and 1964 with the construction of Cowan's Ford Dam by Duke Energy. The lake stretches across 4 counties: Mecklenburg, Iredell, Catawba, and Lincoln, and is sometimes called the Inland Sea of North Carolina. It covers over 32,000 acres, with more than 500 miles of shoreline, making it a major destination for boating, fishing, and water sports. Local legends include tales of the Lake Norman monster, a creature said to inhabit the deep waters. The city of Macon in central Georgia is defined by its deep music roots, antebellum architecture, and the ancient Ocmulgee Mounds National Historical Park. It sits along the Ocmulgee River and has long served as a crossroads for culture, trade, and transportation. The city was named after Nathaniel Macon, a prominent North Carolina statesman and Speaker of the US House of Representatives. It was founded in 1823 and quickly developed as a trading centre due to its river location. It is also notably the birthplace or home to artists like Little Richard, Otis Redding, the Allman Brothers Band, and Capricorn Records, which helped launch Southern rock. Emerald Isle is a town on Bogue Banks, part of North Carolina's Crystal Coast, stretching along the western end of the barrier island, and is surrounded by the Atlantic Ocean to the south and Bogue Sound to the north. It is often called the crown jewel of the Crystal Coast, offering a peaceful, family-friendly retreat with plenty of outdoor activities and a focus on maintaining a small-town, family-oriented environment. Emerald Isle Beach runs the length of the town and is known for its soft golden sands and emerald waters. The beach is easily accessible, with numerous public access points and lifeguards on duty during peak season. It is a popular spot for swimming, surf fishing, beach combing, and building sandcastles. Orlando's known for being a major tourist destination, particularly for its theme parks and entertainment venues. Originally a citrus and cattle hub, this city transformed into a tourism epicenter after the mid-20th century arrival of a globally recognized theme park. The park's construction required draining swamps and rerouting water, reshaping ecosystems into engineered landscapes. Underground utility corridors, designed to hide infrastructure, now house maintenance networks beneath themed kingdoms. Today, the city has some of the world's most famous theme parks, such as Disney World, SeaWorld, and Legoland. These parks, along with surrounding attractions, offer a wide range of experiences, from thrilling rides to live performances and interactive exhibits. Lake Eola is a sinkhole lake in downtown Orlando, formed by a limestone collapse anchor. The lake's centrepiece, a fountain installed in the mid-20th century, became a symbol after surviving hurricanes and repeated repairs. Surrounded by a paved trail, the lake hosts swans donated by a European city, including mute and trumpeter species. Pedal boats shaped like swans drift past artificial islands where cormorants dry wings. The surrounding park hosts events and festivals, often featuring performances and community gatherings. There is also Icon Park, an entertainment complex defined by its large observation wheel, which stands as one of the tallest in the area. The wheel's 30 capsules, glass enclosed and air-conditioned, rotate on a motorised ring, offering views of theme parks and natural lakes. The park itself also features a variety of attractions, including restaurants, shops, and entertainment venues. One of the city's most renowned places is the Universal Orlando Resort, which hosts a myriad of theme parks, such as Universal Studios Florida and Islands of Adventure. This entertainment complex began as a single theme park inspired by film studios, designed to immerse visitors in recreated movie sets and behind-the-scenes mechanics. Early attractions simulated earthquake effects and shark encounters, leveraging practical effects from horror and adventure franchises. The second park, added in the late 1990s, introduced thrill rides based on comic book heroes and fantasy novels. The Atlantic Ocean borders Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina and Virginia, shaping the coastline with its powerful currents, rich history, and dynamic ecosystems. The name Atlantic comes from Greek mythology, referring to the Sea of Atlas. Formed about 180 million years ago, as the supercontinent Pangaea split apart, the Atlantic is the second largest ocean on Earth and a major influence on climate, commerce and culture for the eastern United States. The Atlantic Ocean along these states is known for its long sandy beaches, barrier islands and major ports. The Gulf Stream, a warm, swift Atlantic current, flows northward along the coast, influencing weather and supporting marine life. The Outer Banks are a chain of barrier islands stretching over 100 miles along the North Carolina and southeastern Virginia coast. Early English colonists attempted to settle here at Roanoke Island, where the lost colony vanished in the late 1500s. The area is famous for shipwrecks, earning the nickname Graveyard of the Atlantic, and is home to the Cape Hatteras National Seashore, the first national seashore in the US. This is because they are vulnerable to storms and erosion, with sea levels rising and storms frequently reshaping the islands. Cape Hatteras is a prominent cape on the Outer Banks, famous for its shifting sands, dangerous shoals, and the Cape Hatteras Lighthouse. Pirates, including Blackbeard, frequented the waters in the 1700s, and the region was also important in the Civil War. The Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, built in 1870, is the tallest brick lighthouse in the US and was moved inland in 1999 to protect it from the encroaching sea. Cape Hatteras National Seashore protects over 70 miles of shoreline, offering fishing, surfing, birdwatching, and camping. This is the southeast region of the USA, a land of hidden wonders and remarkable architectural marvels. Now, if you don't want to miss the most unreal wonders of Honduras, check out this video.